medical care. The for-profit healthcare industry, like the defense industry, makes money from death and suffering. It is legally permitted in this country to hold a sick child hostage while their families frantically bankrupt themselves to save their sons or daughters. Any discussion of health care should acknowledge the fact that our for-profit healthcare system is the problem and must be destroyed. Only then can we have an honest debate about what comes next. But this will never happen. It will never happen because the industry's money and lobbyists drive the discussion, as well as the shape of the so-called healthcare reform bill.
Sent your car insurance rate to the highest level anywhere in the United States. It's crazy. He allowed illegal aliens to steal millions of healthcare dollars from hardworking Louisiana families. And John Bel Edwards supports illegal aliens, not American citizens. Pretty simple. And here's another one that I hate to say because we don't want to hurt your state. But on John Bel Edwards' watch, Louisiana has the highest murder rate in all of America. Do you know that? So on Saturday, your choice is clear. You got to send a message back. A vote for John Bel Edwards, your current governor, where your taxes are too high, Your car insurance is a disaster. Your unemployment compared to other states isn't great at all. You're 50th in economic development and number 1 in murders. It's a vote for the Washington swamp. It's a vote for the Washington.
The seeds of anger. Look and see at your totality of your life. Ask it of yourself. Is the way I am with all the people around me, is the way I use my resources, is the way I enter into business, is the way I am with my family, is the way I am in relation to silence, aloneness. Am I ready to stand up and be counted as I am and say, this is what I offer to all of you? Or do I say, don't notice me, notice my product? Finally, for each of us, our life is our message. In talking about methods of working on oneself or awakening, or shifting the perspective or shifting the context in which you understand what you're doing and what your life is about, the various strategies, some of them involve the withdrawal into another context in order to change and then coming back. Like when you go on a vacation, you leave one context in order to reintroduce yourself to parts of your being that got lost in the sort of subtle toxicities of daily life. You pull back, you get another perspective, then you come back with that enriched. So, for example, what we do when we go on vacation is usually get very busy in doing, which doesn't really deal with the quality of our mind at all, and then we bring the mind back still very agitated and quite speedy. In other cultures, for example, in Burma, where I have studied, the heads of government and business, their vacations,
And that was when Comey, I think that was when Comey announced that he was leaking, lying and everything else, right? He choked because he never heard anybody talk like that. You know, you should have gone, I wish you got angry. You could have gotten the whole ball game. He would have said, I give up. Chuck Grassley is an incredible guy. And a man who, he was running against a tough, smart campaigner. We learned out how good she was, right? She was a great campaigner. In fact, by the end of the campaign, she was actually, I thought she was more for me than you were, Josh. I was worried. I saw her ads. She was saying the greatest things about me. And you know who I'm talking about. And I went to a great place, Missouri, and I said, who do you have to beat her? And they said, well, we have 4 people. I said, let me see them. I got to interview people. Can you imagine? I'm interviewing people for the United States Senate. This is what I do. Where have I gone? But I love it. I love it because we're getting great people. The first one I met was Josh Hawley. After about 10 minutes, I said to the people, don't show me anybody else. This is the guy. He was the Attorney General, did a phenomenal job in the state, highly respected. And Claire McCaskill.
And how's your family? Are they proud of you?
Yeah,
They must be. they like that I'm on the TV, you know,
Sure.
except they don't really. My grandmother, I tell you, my grandmother loves you.
That's very nice. Give her my best, please.
She always says, she goes, that David has nice eyes.
Oh, well, thank you.
But she doesn't care for Saturday Night Live. She says they're a bunch of damn dirty hippies.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
Oh, is it true? Oh.
But she really loves you, and she likes when I'm on the show, you know.
Good, good.
And she always says, how's your friend David Letterman doing, you know, as if we're friends. And,
Well, you know, I think of you as a friend, you know, in the sense of TV. We're friends. We're TV friends.
we're TV friends.
Don't you think?
Yeah, we sit here and we talk, and then during the commercials, we're uncomfortable, and we...
We're just like real friends.
That's right. But she has this thing where she thinks we're up playing Yahtzee all night or something, so I let her believe it. But
Well,
she was
we could. I don't mind. You want to play Yahtzee all night?
Yeah.
All night Yahtzee.
But you know, actually, I don't know. She was telling me, because she always tells me showbiz news, you know, because she thinks I'm in showbiz, and she has a subscription to People Magazine.
Oh, sure.
So she figures she has like
Keep
the
plugged in
inside.
there.
Yeah. So she was telling me about this movie that you have been
The Late Shift. the movie.
satirizing all night. The Late Shift. She phoned me up. She's all excited, you know. She said, "Oh, this movie! They're going to do this movie with your friend David Letterman." And she said it's all about the show. She says, "Who's going to be playing you? Like I'm in the movie." So, I said, "No."
Trudeau's plan is failing. It is making everything more expensive for hardworking Canadians, and he has granted a massive exemption to the country's largest emitters.
That's not true,
Our
Mr.
plan
Chair.
takes the climate change fight global, recognizing that Canada can do more to fight climate change by exporting our clean technology and helping other countries lower their emissions.
And that
Your plan is
concludes, that is all the time we have for the open debate. That concludes this segment. You had an opportunity, you got to jump right in. So thank you all very much for the conclusion of that segment.
Putting your own party's interests in Quebec ahead of your principles and the equality rights of all citizens? You have a minute to answer.
Sure. It's probably pretty obvious to folks that I am obviously against Bill 21. It is something that hurts me, makes me feel sad. I think about all the times I grew up being told that I couldn't do things because of the way I looked. And I think about all the people in Canada that grow up being told they can't achieve more because of their identity or who they are. And I think about the people in Quebec right now that are being told just because they wear a hijab that they can't be a teacher, or if they wear a yarmulke, they can't be a judge. And that's hurtful and it's wrong. And it probably comes as no surprise that I'm opposed to laws that divide people. What I do every single day when I go to Quebec is I say, hey, I'm here. I'm someone that believes in fighting climate.
So maybe they will. It's no way to get your poll numbers up. It's not working. Because from my family standpoint, It's been very unfair for my family. It's been very unfair to the country. Think of it, a phone call, a very good phone call. I know bad phone calls. This is a phone call with many people. I think Mike Pompeo was probably on the call. Where's Mike? Mike Pompeo was on the call. Many people were on the call. I know that many people. They even have apprenti, bringing up an old favorite word of mine, the apprentice. They have apprenti. They have people on these calls. And I know there are many, when I speak to the head of a nation, and they have many people on. I mean, also, do you think they're just, in the case of Ukraine, he's a new president. He seems like a very nice person, by the way. His whole thing was corruption. He's going to stop corruption. We even have a treaty, 2001, 1999. It's a treaty, signed treaty, that we will work together to root out corruption in Ukraine. I probably have a legal obligation, Mr. Attorney, to report corruption. But they don't think it's corrupt when a son that made no money, that got thrown out of the military, that had no money at all, is working for $3 million up front, $83,000 a month, and that's only Ukraine. Then goes to China, picks up $1.5 billion. Then goes to Romania, I hear, and many other countries. They think that's okay. Because if it is Ivanka in the audience? Is Ivanka? Boy, my kids could make a fortune. They could make a fortune. It's corrupt. But it's not even that, it's just general corruption. And the other thing is mentioned in the call, and something that I've told Mike Pence, our great vice president, I would tell him all the time, and I told him when he went on the trip, because he was over there. He never mentioned anything about this when you had your meeting. It's a terrible thing, but I told Mike, I said, Mike, we're giving them money, and, you know, you're always torn about that, because we have our country to build, we have our cities to build, and our roads to fix. But we're giving them money. Tell me, why isn't Germany paying money? Why isn't France? Why isn't United Kingdom paying money? Why aren't they paying money? Why are we paying the money? Is that a correct statement, Mike? I say, find out what the hell's going on. And I told that to all of my people, OMB. I said, I asked that question. How much is Germany paying? Why isn't Germany paying? Why is the United States always the sucker? Because we're a bunch of suckers. But that's turning around fast. But it makes it harder when stuff like this.
The larger culture around us, at least in the short term. But we may be able to retain the moral codes and culture for generations to come. Resistance will be reduced to small, sometimes imperceptible acts of defiance, as those who retain their identity during slavery or the long night of 20th century communism discovered music, art, poetry, journalism, literature, dance, the humanities, philosophy, history, will be the bulwarks that separate those who remain human from those who become savages. We stand on the cusp of one of the bleakest periods in human history when the bright lights of civilization blink out, and we may well descend for decades into barbarity. The elites have successfully convinced us that we no longer have the capacity to understand the revealed truths presented before us, or to fight back against the chaos caused by economic and environmental catastrophe. As long as the mass of bewildered and frightened people are fed images and skillfully manipulated, as long as they perpetually hallucinate, they will exist in this state of corporate barbarism. They may periodically strike out with a blind fury against increased repression, growing poverty, food shortages, but they will lack the ability and understanding and self-confidence to challenge in big and small ways the structures of power. Saturation coverage that was given of Jackson's death was just one more small example of our collective flight into illusion. It deflected the moral questions once again arising from mounting social injustice, growing inequalities, costly imperial wars, economic collapse, and political corruption. It kept the American public trapped within the illusions peddled by the corporate culture. As we sink into this economic and political morass, we remain controlled, manipulated, and distracted by the celluloid shadows on the wall of Plato's cave. The fantasy of celebrity culture is not designed only to entertain. It is designed to drain us emotionally, confuse us about our identity, blame ourselves for our predicament, condition us to chase illusions of unachievable fame and happiness, and keep us from fighting back. And in the end, that is all the Jackson coverage was really about. Another tawdry and tasteless spectacle to divert a dying culture from the baying wolf at the gate. Thank you. Because I spent 20 years as a war correspondent in conflicts around the globe, including Sarajevo and Salvador, we didn't use the words optimist or pessimist. War correspondents who had a very Pollyannish view of the danger around them didn't live very long. We made very sober assessments of what those weapon systems were at the end of that road and what the capacity of those weapon systems were to do us harm. And then we confronted that reality. I come out of the religious left. My father was a minister and an activist, thrown out of one church after another. Certainly the model by which I set the standard for my own life. And I think that the religious left, like great anarchists like Dwight MacDonald, understood that there are moral imperatives that we must fight for, even if everything looks bleak. Camus wrote about this. You've talked about the Frankfurt School. Adorno wrote about this. It is that capacity, even as a solitary individual, to stand up and say no. And my fear is that if we don't have a hard analysis of the fact that we do live in a system of inverted totalitarianism, then we create expectations that can never be met. And then people fall into cynicism and despair and stop continuing to fight. Read Cyrano de Bergerac. Life is short and brief, and in the end, we all don't come to a very good end. There's something, I think, of that ability to stand up even when you know you won't win, that gives resistance even more nobility. I was very good friends with a woman named Alina Margolis, who was in the Warsaw Ghetto. She was married to Marek Edelman, the deputy commander of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, who just died recently. None of the people who led the ghetto revolt thought they were going to win. I didn't drive down Mount Igman into a city that was being hit with 2,000 shells a day, constant sniper fire, 4 to 5 dead a day. By the time I got there, 45 foreign correspondents had been killed because I thought I was going to win. I went because it was a crime. And because I had come out of a tradition where you have a moral responsibility to stand up and fight those crimes, even if it looks like you won't succeed. And those acts of resistance, when I was in Sarajevo, the brother of the cellist in the Sarajevan symphony was killed by a shell. And so his brother, the cellist, every day, on the hour, at the time that his brother was murdered, went to the spot that his brother was murdered in full evening dress with his cello and played Bach cantatas. Those acts of resistance have a power to keep alive the flame of human dignity, of human worth. And I think that we do have to look back onto periods such as the African American experience during slavery. There's that great black spiritual. You have to fight, you have to fight, you have to fight. And then there comes that night you have to fight all night long because in the morning you won't be there. And my fear is that we have to focus not on the practical. The practical is words like hope and practical, I think, are corrosive. We have to focus on the moral imperative to stand up and understand that those that practice that moral imperative, especially in moments of great distress, especially in moments when there is no hope, become, and I think my own life is an example for this, invisible witnesses. I lost my job at the New York Times for denouncing the Iraq War. And I'd been there 15 years. I understood the game. And I'm not going to pretend that I was, you can watch it on YouTube. I gave a commencement address at Rockford College where I was booed off the stage. And I'm not going to pretend that going into that office was easy, that losing your job is easy. But I also understood that by muzzling myself for my career would be to betray my father. And I wasn't going to do that. And I remember walking out of the New York Times and realizing at that moment that the real gift that my father had given me was freedom. And I think that if we have that freedom and we have that moral commitment and we focus on that moral imperative, then resistance will become something that we can carry through those dark valleys of despair and those heights of success.
So she just keeps saying the same damn thing. So I said, Michael York will be playing.
Oh, well, that's good. That's an excellent choice.
She loves Michael York.
You look a little like Michael York. That'd be good casting.
I've been told that.
Now, we were talking to...
She loves you and Michael York. That's the only two people she likes.
We were talking to Uma about geography, and she spent part of her early life in India. And
Yeah.
you're a Canadian, as is Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canada.
Is that where you began as a comedian?
Yeah, I did stand-up in Canada, and man, that stinks.
Really?
Oh my God. You ever go on the road and do stand-up?
Yeah, used to do that all the time, sure.
That stinks, right?
Yeah, it was not, I mean, the travel was grueling.
Yeah, plus everyone hates you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't need to go on the road for that.
But I remember this one gig I did. It was like, I call them a gigs.
Yeah, sure, because you're in showbiz.
Right. So it was in Red Deer, Alberta. You know where that is?
Oh, yes.
Well, you know every other place in the map.
Part of that Red Deer Metroplex up there in Alberta.
Yeah, it was just outside of Red Deer, and
Oh, just outside of Red Deer.
it was before I was hot. So I couldn't get Red Deer. So for those of them that didn't understand the first part.
Yeah.
So I was at this gig and it was tough, you know. Like the guy told me before I went on, he said, you know, you got to do the whole hour. I had to do an hour.
Gee, that's grueling.
That's a long
That
time.
really is tough.
And he said, if you don't do the hour, you don't get the check,
Yeah.
because a lot of people have been, you know, leaving before the hour was over. And so I started doing my comedy, you know, and everyone hated my guts. And so like 10 minutes into it, if everyone hates your guts for the first 10 minutes, you know, you're not going to win them over.
It's discouraging.
Yeah, you know, you're not going to have a good other 50 minutes.
No.
So everyone hates me. So then after a whole hour of that, I have to host a joke contest, you know, where I bring people from the audience
A little
up.
talent show kind of thing.
Yeah, and they tell their jokes.
Yeah.
So they go up and they're hostile towards me, you know, oh my God. So every guy, it would be like he would use me as like the butt of the joke. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know, the guy would be going, okay, you know, they have a mic there in their hands.
Oh, that's what you're doing. Thank you, Norm. Thank you. And what would this be? Would this be a phone? Hello?
Sometimes this isn't a mic. For some of my jokes. But, the
I
guys,
should have loved that in Canada.
Thank you, Scott. Really great. And you're doing very well over there, by the way, just so your numbers. A man who is central casting, if I'm going to pick Perry Mason, I'm going to do a remake of Perry Mason. Other than Bill Barr, I'd pick this guy, but I have to say I pick Barr. I pick Barr first, right? John Ratliff, right? But I have to tell you, if we're doing a remake of Perry Mason, the man I get, there's nobody in Hollywood like this, John Ratliff. Right? Stand up, John. Such a great lawyer. Incredible guy, incredible talent, but just a great lawyer that we appreciate it. He gets on that screen and everyone says, I agree. The other side folds up so fast. We'll probably be using a lot of you in the next year. But you have been fantastic, John. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. A man who's braver than me and braver than all of us in this room, he got whacked. He got whacked. My Steve, right? I went to the hospital with our great First Lady that night, right, honey? And we saw a man that was not going to make it. He was not going to make it. He was the doctor. And I told him, his wife, I said, she loves you. Why do you say that? Because she was devastated. A lot of wives wouldn't give a damn. A lot of wives would have said, hey, yeah. I said, how's he doing? Oh, she couldn't even talk. She was inconsolable. Most wives would say, not good. Listen, I'm going home now. But the doctor came in. The wife is like, she was a total mess. She was really devastated. And it really looked like he had a 25% chance. I think you said a record for blood loss. And Steve Scalise, honestly, I think you're better looking now. You're more handsome now. You weren't that good looking. You look good now. He looks better now. Can you believe it? I don't know what the hell that is.
like he's using me, everybody, you know. It would be going like, okay, folks, here's the joke. Hey, what's your name again? Norm. There's this fruit Norm, you know, and they get a big laugh. And so everybody would be abusing me more. Finally, this guy comes up, you know, drunk, you know, and he goes, hey, Norm, you know, and I go, yeah. He goes, well, you want to see my impression of a whale? You know, and I go, yeah, that'd be good, you know. And, so he has this beer, so he takes a big swig of beer, and then he like spits it up all over my face and my shirt and everything. I didn't even get it either till much later.
That's too bad.
It's the blow-off of the whale.
Of course, yes.
And the beer is the seawater.
Yeah, exactly.
So now I got stuff dripping over me. I have to give this guy the gift certificate, you know? He won.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a good
people
one,
went crazy. So then I'm depressed. I go in the corner. I'm playing Frogger, you know? I got water. I got beer. The beer was playing the water.
Yeah.
What a story, huh?
India, Australia, and other parts of the world. From the outset of his life's work, he repudiated all connections with organized religions and ideologies and said that his only concern was to set men absolutely, unconditionally free. He is the author of many books, among them The Awakening of Intelligence, The Urgency of Change, Freedom from the Known, and The Flight of the Eagle. This is one of a series of dialogues between Krishnamurti and Dr. Alan W. Anderson, who is professor of religious studies at San Diego State University, where he teaches Indian and Chinese scriptures and the oracular tradition. Dr. Anderson, a published poet, received his degree from Columbia University and the Union Theological Seminary. He has been honored with a Distinguished Teaching Award from the California State Universities.
Mr. Krishnamurti, last time we were speaking together, we were going into beauty. And just as we came to the end of our conversation, the question of seeing and its relation to the transformation of man, which is not dependent on knowledge or time, was something we promised ourselves we would take up next time we could come together.
That is, so what is seeing, and what is listening, and what is learning? I think there are three related to each other: learning, hearing, and seeing. What is seeing? Perceiving. Do we actually see? Or do we see through a screen, darkly? Screen of prejudice, screen of our idiosyncrasies, experiences, our wishes, pleasures, fears. So, and obviously our images about that which we see and about ourselves. So we have this screen after screen between us and the object of perception. So do we ever see the thing at all? Or is it the seeing is colored by our knowledge, botanical experience, so on, so on, so on, or our images which we have about that thing, or the belief in which my mind is conditioned, the mind is conditioned, and therefore prevents the seeing? Or is the memories which mind has cultivated prevents the seeing? So seeing may not take place at all. And is it possible for the mind not to have these images, conclusions, beliefs, memories, prejudices, fears, and without having those screens, just to look? I think this becomes very important, because when there is a seeing of the thing which I am talking about, when there is a seeing, you can't help but acting. There's no question of postponement.
Or succession. Or interval.
Yeah. Because when action is based on a belief, a conclusion, an idea, then that action is time-binding. And that action will inevitably bring conflict and sorrow, regrets and all the rest of it. So it becomes very important to find out what it is to see, to perceive, what it is to hear. Do I ever hear? When one is married, as a wife or a husband, or a girl or a boy, do I ever hear her or him? Or I hear her or him through the image I have built about her or him, through the screen of irritations, screen of annoyance, domination, all that dreadful things that come in relationship. So, do I ever hear directly what you say? without translating, without transforming it, without twisting it. Do you ever hear a bird cry? Or a child weep? Or a man crying in pain? You follow, sir? Do you ever hear anything?
In a conversation we had about a year ago, I was very struck by something you said, which I regard as, for myself personally, immensely valuable. You said that hearing was doing nothing to stop or interfere with seeing. Hearing is doing nothing to stop seeing. That is very remarkable, because in conversation, the notion of hearing is regarded as intimately associated with command. We will say, won't we, now hear me out. And the person thinks that they have to lean forward in the sense of do something voluntarily. It's as though they have to screw themselves up into some sort of agonized twist here, not only to please the one who is insisting that they're not hearing, but to get up some hearing on their own. Yes.
Does a human being, listen at all?
In 1966, he was invited to come to America, and he had a chance to talk to the American people about the war. And there was a very angry young American who stood up and told her this: you should not be here. You should not go back and fight American imperialism in Vietnam. And you have to kill the American soldiers there. And his answer is that I thought that the root of the war is here. That is not in Vietnam. The young Americans who came in Vietnam, they are just victims. So I had to come here and tell the American people that this war is not helping Vietnam at all. So without that kind of understanding and compassion, you will lose yourself in anger and hate, and you cannot say things like that and help the American people to understand and to reverse to change the policy. And there was a peace movement in America opposing the war in Vietnam. As people demanded peace and did not get it, they got very angry. So there was a lot of anger in the peace movement. And when they to America and talked to these groups, they said that, well, if you have a lot of anger in you, you cannot achieve peace. You have to be peace before you can do peace. And understanding is very important. You need to know how to write a love letter to your president, to your Congress, and telling them that you do not want the war. And if you write a strong, angry letter, they will not read it. So Thầy was able to speak like that and help somehow to end the war. And understand suffering, have compassion to be born in you. And you are free, you be free from despair, from anger, and you can help the cause of peace.
Mentally, sometimes feel younger. So I'm very happy, very enjoy meeting with you. Then, time always moving. So no force can stop that. Time moving, changing. It's nature. Now the question is whether we utilize time properly or not. And for that, it's the past, we can't do anything. But the future depends on present. So we can make opportunity to create future more peaceful, more happy, or difficult future. Now in that respect, the generation of 21st century, you are the key sort of people who create this century, more happier century or difficult century. So the generation of 21st century, you have the opportunity and also responsibility. And also the remaining 21st century, like me, we won't see, but you have to live. So therefore, it is your own interest to try to have happier century. So the generation of 21st century is very, very important. So please, these young brothers, sisters, please think more seriously how to build happy world, happy century. Because, a lot of problems which we are experiencing and seeing, including war, these are human creation. So, since these problems, many problems, human created problems, so logically we also have the ability to eliminate these problems. If not entirely, certainly we can reduce these problems. So, the young human being, you have a very good opportunity and also moral responsibility to create happier world. So now, like these violence, war, mainly creation of anger and also selfish and narrow-minded. If we create on this world a concept of oneness of human being, no basis of we and they, then you see these such as sorrow or cruelty and war, too much based on we and they, and that also finally concept of I, we, lacking a sense of oneness of 7 billion human beings. If we consider entire 7 billion human beings as human brothers, sisters, then you see no basis to kill each other, to bully each other. Therefore, now it is very important that we have to develop sense of oneness of human being. And then logically, you see, human being are social animal. And then any social animal, they have the sense of concern about their own community, because their own life very much depend on the community. So ancient time community, you see, his or her own area, firstly family, then small community. Now today's world, the reality, the Eastern world depend on the Western world, all this technology, all these sort of modern science, all these come from West. We very much relying on them. Then also for economy, these things, West also is in need, depend on the East, and similarly South and the North. So from that, judging that reality, then today's human community seems entire 7 billion human being is one human community. So, we Buddhists usually, you see, recite, this is some sort of prayer, entire sentient being, and we describe mother sentient being. And then also you see the other religion, like Judeo-Christian tradition and Muslim, those theistic religion who believe God. So from that viewpoint also you see entire world created by one God. So that God, something like our Father. So all 7 billion human beings are children of one Father, God.
pills with booze.
Is that right?
Yeah. And then any doctor.
They called you up at the Mayo Clinic?
Yeah. But this guy was not a doctor. He was just a guy I met in the bathroom.
Yes. And what takes place when I do listen? Listen in the sense without any interference, without any interpretation, conclusion, like on this, all that takes place. What happens when I actually listen? So look, we said just now, we cannot possibly understand what beauty is if we don't understand suffering, passion. You hear that statement. What does the mind do? It draws a conclusion. It has formed an idea, verbal idea, words, hears the words, draws a conclusion and an idea, say a statement of that kind has become an idea. Then I say, how am I to carry out that idea? And that becomes a problem.
Of course it does, because the idea doesn't conform to nature, and other people have other ideas, and they want to get theirs embodied. Now we're up against the clash.
Yes. So, can I listen to that? Can the mind listen to that statement without any forming an abstraction? Just listen. And either agreeing or disagree. Just actually listen completely to that statement.
If I'm following you, what you're saying is that were I to listen adequately, or just, let's say, listen, because it's not a question of more or less. I'm absolutely listening, or I'm absolutely not listening. Yes. I would not have to contrive an answer.
No, but you are in it.
Yes. So, like the cat, the action and the seeing are one.
Yes.
They're one act.
That's right.
They're one act.
That's right. That's right. So can I listen to a statement and see the truth of the statement or the falseness of the statement? Not in comparison, but in the very statement that you're making. I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
Yes, you're making yourself very clear.
That is, I listen to this statement. Beauty can never exist without passion, and passion comes from sorrow. I listen to that statement. I don't abstract an idea of it or make an idea from it. I just listen. What takes place? You may be telling the truth, or you may be making a false statement. I don't know. Because I'm not going to compare.
No. You're going to see.
I just listen, which means I'm giving my total attention. Just listen to this. You see what's going on. I give my total attention to what you're saying. All these times. Then it doesn't matter what you say or don't say. Of course. What is important? My act of listening. And that act of listening has brought a miracle. Brought about a miracle of complete freedom from all that your statements, whether true or false, are real. My mind is completely attentive. What more? Without attention means no border. The moment I have a border, I begin to fight you. Agree, disagree. Moment attention has a frontier, then concepts arise. But if I listen to you completely without a single interference of thought or ideation or mentation, just listen to that, the miracle has taken place, which is my total attention absolves me, my mind, from all the statements. I don't know if I'm correct.
Yes, you are.
Therefore, my mind is extraordinarily free to act.
Well, this has happened for me on this series of our conversations. With each one of these conversations, since this is being videotaped, one begins when one is given the sign, and we're told when the time has elapsed, and one ordinarily, in terms of activity in this sort, is thinking about the production as such, you see. But one of the things that I've learned is in our conversation, I've been listening very intensely, and yet I've not had to divide my mind. And yet this is, if I'm responding correctly to what you have been teaching, well, I know you don't like that word, what you've been saying, and I understand why teaching was the wrong word here. There is that very first encounter that the mind engages itself in. How can I afford not to make the distinction between paying attention to the aspects of the program on the production aspect of it and still engage our discussion? But the more intensely the discussion is engaged, the more efficiently all the mechanism is accomplished. We don't believe that, in the sense that not only to start with will we not believe it, but we won't even try it out. There's no guarantee from anybody in advance. What we're told, rather, is this. Well, you get used to it. And yet performers have stage fright all their lives. So clearly they don't get used to it.
No, sir, it is because, don't you think it is, our minds are so commercial. Unless I get a reward from it, I won't do a thing. And my mind lives in the marketplace, once mine. I give you this, give me that.
And there's an interval in between. Right.
We are so used to commercialism, both spiritually and physically, that we don't do anything without a reward, without gaining something, without a purpose. It all must be an exchange, not a gift, but exchange. I give you this and you give me that. I torture myself religiously and God must come to me. It's all matter of commerce.
Fundamentalists have a phrase that comes to mind with respect to their devotional life. They say, I am claiming the promises of God. And this phrase, in the context of what you're saying, is, my goodness, what that couldn't lead to in the mind.
I know. So, you see, when one goes very deeply into this, when action is not based on an idea, a formula, a belief, then seeing is the doing. Then what is seeing and hearing, which we went into, then the seeing is complete attention. And the doing is in that attention. And the difficulty is, how people will ask, how will you maintain that attention?
Yeah, and they haven't even started.
Yeah, no, how will you maintain it?
Yes.
Which means they are looking for a reward.
Exactly.
I will practice it. I will do everything to maintain that attention in order to get something in return. Attention is not a result. Attention has no cause. I mean, what has cause has an effect, and the effect becomes the cause. It's a circle. But attention isn't that. Attention doesn't give you a reward. Attention, on the contrary, there is no reward or punishment. There is no frontier.
Yes, this calls up an earlier conversation we had when you mentioned the word virtue, and we explored it in relation to power.
Exactly.
And we're told what is difficult for a thinking child to believe, given the way the child's brought up, but he's required somehow to make his way through it. That virtue is its own reward.
Oh, that just is correct.
And of course, it's impossible to see what it...
So, judging from that, but Siddhanta self-religion means are brothers, sisters. So, these theistic religion, except to create a God, very powerful. And God, everybody is consider God infinite love. So our Father, one God is infinite love. So all 7 billion beings are children of that God. So if you think seriously, how can human beings kill each other, bully each other? We have to live side by side with spiritual brotherhood, sisterhood. Sangha on one part of Sangha, no concept of creator. And then Jainism, no concept of creator. And then Buddhism, no concept of creator. But then the main sort of message is ahimsa and karuna. So in this country, over 3,000 years, the concept of ahimsa and karuna. So when you seriously practice ahimsa, then no basis to attack, to harm others.
just about wages and jobs and leisure hours. The price we're paying for living in a state we've turned over to corporations to run is being paid literally in our lives. That's the message of a new book from Chris Hedges, a senior fellow at the Nation Institute, with Joe Sacco. They set off a year ago to visit sacrifice zones, and they're back with a new book, Days of Destruction, Days of Revolt, that looks at those zones close up. Chris, welcome back.
Thank you.
Last time I saw you, you were just setting out on this journey. You said, we're going to sacrifice zones. A, what does that mean, and why sacrifice zones?
These were the pockets of the country that were sacrificed first. West Virginia, the coal fields of West Virginia is probably the best example. Here you have the extraction of a natural resource by large corporations. These corporations are not based in West Virginia. The utter degradation, destruction, poisoning of the environment, impoverishment of those communities. Now with mountaintop removal, the obliteration, literally, of the Appalachian Mountains. And we flew over the Appalachian Mountains. You can't get a sense of the devastation, hundreds of thousands of acres that has just become a wasteland.
Now you say Massey Energy has literally leveled land the size of Delaware over the last decade.
That's right. And there's no stop. They own everything. They own the systems of communications. They own the senators, the judges, the governors. They own everybody. And these people in this land have been sacrificed so that we in New York can leave lights on in office towers all night and use parking garage lots. And, that they went first, but as Karl Marx understood, unfettered, unregulated capitalism is a revolutionary force. It has no self-imposed limits. And so in business terms, these pockets that in essence they've harvested and destroyed are left behind. And then they move on to the rest of us. And we have to look very closely at these areas that went first to see what happens when you force human communities, families, ecosystems to kneel before the dictates of the marketplace, which of course is the fundamental ideology that is gripped the late stage of the American empire. It's just absurdity, but that's it.
So is it really coming to all parts of the country? Your Appalachia story, that's being leveled. People are inhaling coal dust, while in New York we're getting great new anti-smoking rights.
Sure, and they're poisoning your water reservoirs upstate with the fracking industry. And if you go up to Pennsylvania or upstate New York and look at the lines frackers are selling impoverished residents, they are no different from the sales pitches that were delivered to families who lived in southern West Virginia. We just want to buy the mineral rights under your ground, and everything will be fine, and you won't notice anything. And of course, look what happened.
Why did you decide on this journey to take Joe Sacco, the graphic artist, who contributes extraordinary graphic images to this book?
Well, because all of these places are invisible, and one of the fundamental points of this book was to make these people in these communities visible. We never see them. It's the tawdry, salacious celebrity gossip. The few times we ever see poor people on television is when they are ridiculed and laughed at, whether that's Jerry Springer or Jersey Shore, sort of low rent, white. But we don't see the struggle, for dignity and self-respect, for economic survival that has gripped perhaps now a third of the country. These people have been banished from our consciousness. And Sacco can do things a photographer can't. He can give a kind of filmic quality to people's lives. And every time we got, a great interview, one of those interviews that as a prose reporter you cherish, I knew I had to turn it over to Joe. It was sort of counterintuitive, but he would then draw it out, and he would draw out people's lives, and you get a sense of the trajectory of where we began, what happened, where we went, and where we are now.
Going to your chapter, Days of Siege in Camden, New Jersey, George Norcross, I think for third. Right. How did this white guy who doesn't even live there come to be what you describe as the overlord of Camden?
Norcross is a perfect example of how an oligarchic, largely white power structure works. He has amassed, or he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You can't get a job, you can't get an elected office in Camden unless you are a Norcross approved candidate or worker. Because he essentially is the political boss of Southern New Jersey, controls what reconstruction monies were designated for Camden, and he used them for his pet projects, in particular his medical center, Cooper Hospital. And then, of course, these become huge employers for construction firms and public relations firms. And as the Philadelphia Inquirer has documented, these firms then give back to the Norcross machine to keep it running. And that's a microcosm. That's just writ large throughout the country. Because on a national level, it is utterly impossible for an American citizen to vote against the interests of Goldman Sachs. That's what living in a corporate state means.
Explain what you mean by that.
It means that, we have devolved into what Sheldon Wolin calls inverted totalitarianism. It's not classical totalitarianism. It doesn't find its expression through a demagogue or a charismatic leader, but through the anonymity of the corporate state. That in inverted totalitarianism, you have corporate forces that purport to be loyal to the Constitution and electoral politics and the iconography and language of American patriotism, and yet internally have seized all levers of power. So the Supreme Court is just a wholly owned corporate subsidiary. Our legislative branch passes pieces of legislation that are written by corporate lobbyists. And if anyone so much as whispers against corporate interests or fails to pay them enough deference, which is what Obama has failed to do, they destroy them, which is what they are doing to Obama. I mean, Obama could not, in my mind, have been more obsequious to corporate power, but he wasn't obsequious enough. And so they're throwing him overboard. And these PACs are very pernicious, not only in their ability to essentially influence elections, determine the outcome of the Wisconsin recall, which was a classic example of what we shouldn't be doing. We should have gone the other way towards a general strike and stayed out of the power system because we can't win there anymore. But every elected official knows that once they're in office, if they dare to challenge, even in an incredibly minor way, what corporations want, they're finished.
But Obama's still getting plenty of Wall Street money.
He's not getting as much as Romney. I mean, he's not getting as much as he got in 2008. I mean, remember, the Democrats got more Wall Street money in 2008 than the Republican Party.
Coming back to revolt and resistance, in every place that you go, in all these sacrifice zones, there's a story, it's often one of Joe's stories, of somebody who is resisting.
Right.
What is the distinguishing factor of somebody? I'm thinking of the two women, Mary Miller and Pauline Canterbury in Appalachia. What makes some people decide they're going to do something?
Well, Hannah Arendt has a great essay about that in Responsibility and Judgment, where she says that it's finally those people who carry out acts of moral resistance are not those who say I can't or I oughtn't, not those who say I oughtn't or I shouldn't, but those who say I can't. There's just something within them, whether it's their dignity, whether their sense of outrage, their anger, that they just won't play the game. And that what was, perhaps one of the most moving parts of the book, because everywhere we went, and these were some of the pockets of the worst despair in the United States, and of course the worst poverty. Camden per capita is the poorest city in the United States. Pine Ridge, second poorest county in the United States. The average life expectancy of a male on Pine Ridge is 48. It is the lowest in the Western Hemisphere outside of Haiti. And yet these magnificent figures rise up. West Virginia, all over the place. Larry Gibson, Maria Gano, and the great Judy Bonds, who we went to a memorial service when we were there. And they fight back primarily as individuals. But they don't give up, and yet they have a very stark and maybe even dark kind of view of power and what their chances are. And they're not blinded at all. They're not deluded.
But the picture that you get is of huge historic forces versus a few individuals.
Right.
Is there anything in the middle? What about unions? What about other institutions of change?
Well, the only way to fight back is to build movements. and institutions. And if there's a kind of theme, certainly in the West Virginia chapter, it is the rise of the United Mine Workers Union, which made a tremendous difference in the lives, health, empowerment of coal miners, and its rise and subsequent destruction. And that really is, as Howard Zinn understood, the fundamental lesson of American history. We were never set up as a popular democracy. All of the openings within the democratic process were fought for bitterly and often lethally between movements and those in power, whether that was the suffragists or the labor movement or the Liberty Party that fought slavery or the civil rights movement. If we don't rebuild those movements, then we are going to be rapidly, we already are very far gone, being rapidly reconfigured into a kind of neo-feudalistic state with a rapacious corporate oligarchic class that uses increasingly harsh and draconian forms of control, the iron heel, to keep us in place.
Well, you're taking us back to the foundations of the state. A lot of people would say that was a revolution by small business people who felt edged out by big business people, meaning the East India Company and the British Empire. Slavery at the root of the country, as you mentioned, the commodification of the people. Maybe this country's just not fit for the sort of democracy that we need to get out of this mess. Maybe this is its destiny.
Well, it's more the destiny. I mean, the disease is not so much the system, which was a system that really locked, the disempowered out quite consciously, whether it was Native Americans, African Americans, women, people without property. I mean, there's a long list. And let's remember, George Washington, by the time he was president, was the wealthiest person in the country, not only because of his large slaveholding plantation, but because he was a huge land speculator and bought up all sorts of lands west of the Mississippi. The British had imposed that line, and you couldn't settle beyond it. But I think it's empire. I think it's the disease of empire. And we're following a very familiar trajectory of dying empires, where you expand beyond your capacity to sustain empire and yourself. Whether it's the Roman Empire, or the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or the Ottoman Empire, that you have rapacious, immoral elites who retreat into their version of Versailles or the Forbidden City, and they end up consuming their own. I mean, one of the engines of the French Revolution was when Louis XVI started revoking the patents of the nobility and reselling them. They eat their own, in the same way that CEOs, in order for personal enrichment, are often quite willing to take down their own companies and, of course, defraud their shareholders. And when you reach that point, it's a kind of terminal point.
So they decline, they eat their own. What do the rest of us do? I mean, are we yet beyond the point where we can, as some have written, reclaim our own measure of a man, dream our own dreams, reclaim our sense of identity, of humanity, given that we've let so many be sacrificed?
Well, this is why we're going to have to radically reconfigure our relationship to each other and to the planet. And the corporate forces that control our systems of communication, that have degraded our universities and systems of education into vocational schools, are determined that we don't think that way. We sort of just march forward as cogs. And that's the power of Occupy, is that they did begin to ask the right questions, and however imperfectly, attempt to build structures of governance where voices that traditionally are not heard were heard. And not only were heard, but were given a kind of prominence. Can we pull ourselves from out of the brink? I don't know.
So you think there is a limit to the amount of sacrifice we'll take?
Of course, because corporations know only one word, and that's more. And they will push and push, but they have no internal limits. And they will push until there's pushback. And we see it week after week. I mean, the new agriculture bill, they whack food stamps. 47 million Americans depend on food stamps to eat. 6 million Americans, that's their exclusive source of income. And I mentioned the the decision not to extend unemployment benefits for hundreds of thousands of Americans. I mean, this is insane. And eventually you're going to get a reaction. But it may not look like, people sitting around a park singing Kumbaya. And that's what worries me. That there are very, very dark forces in the United States. And essentially what you have is political paralysis.
So in a sense, this election coming is a kind of test, not of any other candidate, but of whether there's still an appetite in the country to participate.
Well, they're basically the two parties are fighting over a very narrow sliver of the electorate, because most of the electorate is checked out. I don't really think there's much difference between Romney and Obama, despite the rhetoric. I think you have to look at what these people have done. I don't really care what they say. Romney's tenure as governor is not really different. Romney-Care, which he passed in Massachusetts, is basically Obamacare. It all came out of the Heritage Foundation anyway. And I think what's more important is these people actually don't have much power. They're brands, they're the public face of power, but that's the beauty of the Occupy Wall Street movement. They understood where power lies.
Finally, I want to believe that this is a rebellion in the works and that you found it wherever you went. What you actually write about, apart from a few individuals, is a state of despair.
Yeah.
High qualities of infighting, high degrees of infighting,
right.
Drug abuse,
right.
Prescription drugs. I don't see suicide, I don't see sacrifice zones in revolt in this book.
No, because these people have been destroyed. And this is a kind of flashing red light. It's a warning. Because when you sink to that level of despair, then in every chapter, every place that we write about, whether it's Immokalee, Florida, whether it's Pine Ridge, Camden, West Virginia, you go in two routes. You either go towards religiosity of some type. In Pine Ridge, of course, it's Lakota religion, sweat lodges, sun dances. Or you anesthetize yourselves with opiates. You go into some of these old coal camps, Jenkins Jones, in southern West Virginia, and those that remain. It looks like Bosnia. You drive down the street, and it's one charred embers with a spindly chimney, one after the other. It's just remarkable. And people who come out, you feel like you're interviewing, zombies. They're so pumped up on Oxycontin. And there are people in the book that we interviewed who, a few weeks later died of overdoses. In other places like Pine Ridge, it's alcohol. It is possible to break human beings, and a lot of these people have been broken. And that's why we can't allow these forces to continue to roll forward.
Chris Hedges. The book is Days of Destruction, Days of Revolt. It's out now from Nation Books.
That's just an idea, sir.
It's
That's
an
just
idea. So now we tuck that back, and then later, when we need to remind somebody that they're asking too much of reward for something good that they did, we tell them, well, have you forgotten that virtue is its own reward? Yes, yes. It becomes a form of punishment.
So, then, you see, seeing and hearing, then what is learning? Because they're all interrelated. Learning, seeing,
and
hearing,
and
action, and all that. It's all in one movement. They are not separate chapters. It's one chapter.
Distinctions, no division.
No, yeah. So what is learning? Is learning a process of accumulation? And is learning non-accumulative? We're putting both together. But let's look at it.
Let's look at it, yes.
One learns a language, Italian, French, whatever it is, and accumulates words, and the irregular verbs and so on, and then able to speak. That is learning a language and being able to speak. Learning how to ride a bicycle, learning how to drive a car, learning how to put together a machine, how to electronics and so on. So those are all learning to acquire knowledge in action. And I'm asking, is there any other form of learning? That we know. We are familiar with the acquisition of knowledge. Now, is there any other kind of learning? Learning which is not accumulated and acting. I don't know.
Yes, when we've accumulated it all, we haven't understood anything on that account.
Yes. And I learn in order to gain a reward or in order to avoid punishment. I learn a particular job, a particular craft in order to earn a livelihood. That is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Now, I'm asking, is there any other kind of learning? That's routine. That's cultivation of memory, and the memory, which is the result of experience and knowledge, that is stored in the brain and that operates. When asked to do, ride a bicycle, drive a car, and so on. Now, is there any other kind of learning, or only that? When one says, I have learned from my experience, it means I have learned, stored up from that experience certain memories, and those memories either prevent, reward, or punish. So, then all such forms of learning are mechanical. And the brain and education is trained, the education is to train the brain to function in routine, mechanically. Because in that there is great security. Then it's safe. And so, our mind becomes mechanical. My father did this, I do this, and the whole business is mechanical. Now, is there a non-mechanical brain at all? and non-utilitarian in that sense.
Yes.
Learning, which has neither future nor past, therefore not time-binding. I don't know if I'm making it.
Don't we sometimes say, I've learned from experience, when we wish to convey something that isn't well conveyed by that expression? We wish to convey an insight that we don't feel can be, in a strict sense, dated.
Listen, see, sir, do we learn anything from experience? We have had, from history began, written history, 5,000 wars. I read somewhere, 5,000 wars. Killing, maim. And have we learned anything? Have we learned anything from sorrow? Man has suffered. Have we learned anything from experience of the agony of uncertainty and all the rest of it? So when we say we have learned, I question, it seems such a terrible thing to say, I've learned from experience. You have learned nothing, except in the field of knowledge. I don't know.
Yes, may I say something here that just passed in recall? We were talking about sorrow before, and I was thinking of a statement of St. Paul's in his letter to the Romans, where there's a very unusual sequence of words, where he says, we rejoice in tribulations. Now, some people have thought he must have been a masochist or something in making such a statement, but that certainly seems to me bizarre. We rejoice in tribulations. And then he says, because tribulation works, and in the Greek this means that there's energy involved, works patience. Patience experience. Now, that's a very unusual order, because we usually think that if we have enough experience, we'll learn to be patient. And he completely stands that on its head here. And in a context of what you're saying, that order of his words makes eminent sense. Please go on. Yes, that's really very remarkable.
You see, sir, that's why our education, our civilization, all the things about us has made our minds so mechanical, so repetitive reactions, repetitive demands, repetitive pursuits, same thing being repeated year after year. Thousands of them. My country and your country. I'll kill you, you kill me. You follow, sir? The whole thing is mechanical. Now, that means the mind can never be free. Thought is never free. Thought is always old. There is no new thought.
Well, no, it's very curious in relation to a movement within the field of religion that calls itself, or did call itself, New Thought. Yes, I was laughing at the irony of it. Yes, goodness me. Some persons, I imagine, would object to the notion that we don't learn from experience in terms of the succession of wars, because wars tend to happen sequentially, generation to generation, and you have to grow up. But that's not true, because wars, more than one war, will happen very often in the same generation. And there hasn't been anything learned.
2 wars.
Yes, hasn't been anything learned at all. At all. It's a terrifying thing to hear someone just just come out and say, nobody learns anything from experience.
No, the word experience also means to go through.
Yes, yes.
But you never go through.
That's exactly right.
You always stop in the middle. Or you never begin.
Right. It means, if I'm remembering correctly, in terms of its radical root, means to test, to put to test, to put a thing to the test and behave correctly while that's going on. You simply have to see. You just have to look, don't you? Yes.
So that comes. So, as our civilization, our culture, our education has brought about a mind that is that's becoming more and more mechanical, and therefore time-binding, and therefore never sense of freedom. Freedom then becomes an idea. You play around philosophically, but it's no meaning. But a man who says, now, I want to find out. I want to really go into this and discover if there is freedom. Then he has to understand the limits of knowledge. Where knowledge ends, or rather, the ending of knowledge and the beginning of something totally new. I don't know if I'm conveying it.
You are.
That is, what is learning? If it is not mechanical, then what is learning? Is there a learning at all? Learning about what? I learn how to go to the moon, how to put up this, that, and drive and so on. In that field, there is only learning. Is there any learning in any other field? Psychological, spiritual. Can I learn? Can the mind learn about what they call God?
If in learning, in the sense that you have asked this question, no, I must rephrase that. Now, stop this ifing. When one does what I'm about to say, when one learns about God or going to the moon, in terms of the question you've asked, he can't be doing what you are pointing to if this is something added on to the list.
Sir,
yes, of course.
So clear.
Yes, it is.
I learn a language. Ride a bicycle, drive a car, put a machine together. That's essential. Now, I want to learn about God. Just listen to me. The God is my making. God hasn't made me in His image. I have made Him in my image. Now, and I'm going to learn about it.
Yes, I'm going to talk to myself.
Learn about the image which I have built. About Christ, Buddha, whatever it is. The image I have built. So I'm learning what?
To talk about talk.
Yes. Learning about the image which I have built.
Sir?
Therefore, is there any other kind of learning except mechanical learning? I don't know if
Well,
you understand my question?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I certainly do.
So, there is only learning the mechanical process of life. There is no other learning. Yes. And see what that means, sir.
Means freedom.
I can learn about myself. Myself is known. I mean, known in the sense, I may not know it, but I can know by looking at myself, I can know myself. So the myself is the accumulated knowledge of the past. The me who says, I'm greedy, I'm envy, I'm successful, I'm frightened, I'm betrayed, I regret. All that is the me. Including the soul which I have invented in the me. Oh, the Brahman, the Atman, it's all me still. The me has created the image of God. And I'm going to learn about God, which is no me. So, if there is, now I'm going to use the word if there is no other learning, what takes place? You understand? I employ, the mind is used in the acquisition of knowledge in matter. We'll put it in mechanical things. And when the mind is employed there, is there any other processes of learning? Which means psychologically, inwardly. Is there? The inward is the invention of thought as opposed to the outer. If I have understood the outer, I have understood the inner. Because the inner has created the outer. Yeah, the outer in the sense of the structure of the society, the religious sanctions, all that is invented or put together by thought. The Jesuses, the Christ, the Buddhas, all that. And what is there to learn?
In listening to you,
see the beauty of what's coming out.
Oh, yes. Goes back to your remark about Vedanta as the end of knowledge.
That's what I was told.
Yes. The interesting thing to me about the Sanskrit construction is that, unless I'm mistaken, it doesn't mean the end of it as a terminus, as a term, because that would simply start a new series. It's the consummation of it, which is the total end, in the sense that a totally new beginning is made at that very point.
That means, sir, I know, the mind knows the activity of the known.
That's right. Yes. That's the consummation of knowledge. Yes.
Of knowledge.
Yes.
Now, what is the state of the mind that is free from that and yet functions in knowledge?
And yet functions in it. Yes. It is seeing.
Don't go into it, you'll see very strange things take place. What is is this possible first? You understand? Because the brain and functions mechanically. It wants security. Otherwise it can't function. If we hadn't security, we wouldn't be here sitting together. Because we have security, we can have a dialogue. The brain can only function in complete security. Whether that security it finds in a neurotic belief, or in a neurotic belief, all beliefs and all ideas are neurotic in that sense.
Yes.
So it finds it somewhere in accepting nationality as the highest form of the good. Success is the highest virtue. That's all. It finds belief, security there. Now, you are asking the mind, the brain, which has become mechanical, trained, century, to see the other field which is not mechanical. there another field? I don't.
No.
You follow my question?
Yes, I do. Yes. Yes, that's what's so utterly devastating.
Is there, wait, is there another field? Now, unless the brain and the mind understands the whole field, understands the movement of knowledge. It is a movement.
It's a movement, yes.
It's not just static. You are adding, taking away, putting to, and so on. Unless it understands all that, it cannot possibly ask that other question.
Exactly. Exactly.
And when it does ask that question, what takes place? This is real meditation. You know?
This is, yes, yes.
Which we'll go into another time. So, you see, that's what it means. One is always listening with knowledge, seeing with knowledge.
This is the seeing through a glass darkly.
Darkly. Now, is there a listening out of silence? And that is attention. And that is not time binding. Because in that silence I don't want anything. It isn't I'm going to learn about myself. It isn't I'm going to be punished, rewarded. In that absolute silence I listen.
The wonder of the whole thing is that it isn't something that is done.
No.
This meditation in succession.
So when we talk about meditation, we'll have to go very deeply into that, because they have destroyed that word. These shoddy little men coming from India or anywhere, they have destroyed that thing.
I heard the other day about someone who was learning transcendental meditation.
Oh, you're learning. You follow it sounds.
Of course. And they had to do it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Pay $35 or $100 to learn that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so sacrilegious.
But that is, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon was Judgment Day. It was if you didn't do it according to your schedule, then the world has obviously come to an end. But ostensibly you're doing it to get free of that. So do go ahead. You go ahead.
So you see, sir, that's what takes place. We began this morning about beauty.
Yes.
Then passion, then suffering, then action. Action based on idea is inaction. It sounds monstrous, but there it is. And from that we said, what is seeing and what is hearing? The seeing and the listening has become mechanical. We never see anything new. Even the flower is never new, which has blossomed overnight. We say that the rose, I've been expecting it, it has come out now. How beautiful. It's always from the known to the known. A movement in time, and therefore time binding, and therefore never free. And yet we're talking about freedom, you know, philosophy, the lectures on freedom, and so on, so on, so on. And the communists call it a bourgeois thing, which it is. In that sense, when you limit it to knowledge, it is foolish to talk about freedom. But there is a freedom when you understand the whole the movement of knowledge. So you observe out of silence and observe and act in the field of knowledge. So both together in harmony.
Mm-hmm. Seeing, then, is not scheduled.
No.
Yes, of course. Of course. What a... Yes, I was just thinking about the, I suppose you'd say a classical definition of freedom in terms of the career of knowledge would be that it is a property of action, a property or quality of action for general uses. Either word would do, property or quality. And it occurred to me in the context of what we've been saying, what a horror that one could read that statement and not let it disclose itself to you.
What?
If it disclosed itself to you, you'd be up against it. You'd have to be serious. If you were a philosophy student and you read that and that thing began to operate in you, you'd say, I've got to get this settled before I go on. Maybe I'll never graduate. That's not important.
That's not important.
Right. Yes.
And I was thinking, in the West as well as in the East, you have to go to the factory or the office every day of your life. Get up at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock, drive, walk, work. For 50 years, routine, and get kicked about, insult, worship success, again repetition, and then occasional.
The next thing done that's
Which is the continuity of the past in a different form.
And the chain is endlessly linked.
Cause becoming the effect and the effect becoming the cause. So it's a very serious thing when we talk about all this, because life becomes dreadfully serious. And it's only this serious person that lives, not these people who seek entertainment, religious or the otherwise.
I had a very interesting occasion to understand what you're saying in class yesterday. I was trying to assist the students to see that the classical understanding of the four causes in operation is that they are non-temporally related.
Yes, sir.
And I said, when the potter puts his hand to the clay, the hand touching the clay is not responded to by the clay after the hand has touched it. And one person who was visiting the class, this person was a well-educated person, and a professor. And this struck them as maybe not so. And I could tell by the expression in the face that there was a little anguish here. So I said, well, my radar says that there's some difficulty going on. What's the matter? Well, it seems like there's a time interval. So I asked them to pick something up that was on the desk, and I said, well, now touch it with your finger and tell me at the moment of the touching with the finger whether the thing reacts to the finger after it's touched. Now, do it. Well, even to ask somebody to apply a practical test like that with respect to a datum of knowledge, like the four causes of is to interrupt the process of education as we've known it. Because you teach a student about the four causes, and he thinks about them. He never goes out and looks at a thing, or does anything about it. And so we spent about
Well, we were picking the stuff up in class, and we were doing this until finally it seemed like a revelation that what has been said in the class teaching of it, which of course in modern society is rejected, happens to be the case. And I said, this has to be seen. Watch. This is what you mean.
Yes, sir. See,
of course. But we're back to that step there. Why was that person and so many other students following suit anguished at the point where the practical issue arose? There was a feeling, I suppose, that they were on the cliff.
Right.
And naturally, alertness was required. But alertness registers that we're on a cliff.
Quite.
So therefore, the best thing to do is turn around and run back. Yes.
So I think, you see, we are so caught up in words. To us, the word is not the thing. The description is not the described. To us, the description is all that matters. Because we are slave to words.
And to ritual.
Ritual and all the rest.
Yes.
So, when you say, look, the thing matters more than the word, and then they say, how am I to get rid of the word? How am I to communicate if I have no word? You see how they've gone off? They're not concerned with the thing, but with the word.
Yes.
And the door is not the word. So, when you are caught up in words, the word door becomes extraordinarily important. And not the door.
And I don't really need to come to terms with the door, I say to myself, because I have the word.
Exactly.
I have it all.
So that's what education has done this. A great part of this education is the acceptance of words as an abstraction from the fact, from the what is. All philosophies are based on that. Theorize endlessly how one should live. And the philosopher himself doesn't live.
Yes, I know. Especially some philosophies that have seemed to me quite bizarre in this respect. I've asked my colleagues from time to time, well, if you believe that stuff, why don't you do it? And they look at me as though I'm out of my mind, as though nobody would really seriously ask.
population knows it. What it's led to is a population that's angry, frustrated, hates institutions. It's not acting constructively to try to respond to this. There is popular mobilization and activism, but in very self-destructive directions.
Yes. And I was thinking about that marvelous story you told in our previous conversation about the monkey. While you were speaking about this, when she shook hands with you, nobody had told her how to shake hands.
No, it stretched out.
Yes.
When I took it, no.
Wasn't something that she was taught how to do through a verbal communication. It was the appropriate thing at the time. Without anyone measuring its appropriateness.
Quite.
Isn't that something? Yes, I can't tell you how grateful I am to have been able to share this with you. I've seen, in respect to my own activity as teacher, where I must perform therapy even on my language, so that I don't give the student an occasion for thinking that I am simply adding to this endless chain, link after link after link. There are two therapies here, then. There's the therapy that relates to words, and that flows out naturally. It's not a contrivance. It flows out naturally, if I've understood you correctly, from the therapy within. Now, this relates directly, as you were saying earlier, to meditation. Are we ready, do you think?
Yeah, I think that's too complicated. We must go.
I don't mean right now, but maybe in one of our next conversations
we must discuss several things.
Yes, before
what is love, what is death, what is meditation, what is the whole movement of living. We've got a great deal.
Oh, I do look forward very much to that. Splendid. Right.
connected with the nature of a beautifully functioning mind is that it doesn't get in its own way. It doesn't think itself. If it thinks itself, it gets in its own way because it's a no-think. No-thinks is the background for thinks. See? So that's why every attempt to conceptualize the ground of being, whether it's space or God, is an idolatry. And that's why sages have always condemned idolatry. That to understand the nature of the ground of being correctly, you must not have an image of it. Now, we don't need to be compulsive about that. Compulsive iconoclasm is a terrible thing. The Islamic people suffered from it from time to time. And when they got to India, they knocked down all the Buddhas and beautiful images and banged off their noses. And the Puritans did the same sort of thing to Roman Catholic and Anglican churches in England. They hated images. That meant, you see, they were terribly attached to them. They were still hung up by the images, therefore had to smash them. Either way, if you say, you must not, like as in it's very strict Orthodox Islamic culture, you must not make any image of any living creature. And so their art, very interestingly, one must admit, went off into abstract patterning. But what one is saying here is not that it is somehow just wrong to make an image. The point is much deeper than that. It is this, that in order to realize, in order to experience the ground of being, you need to be free from images. That is to say, you need to suspend the activity called thinking. Now, most people imagine that if they stop thinking, that's sort of the end. The life of the mind there instantly curls up and dies. But this isn't the case, because there's a lot more to the mind than thinking. There is this direct.
My team and I always drove lots of traffic to our site, but hardly anybody ever completed the sign-up process. Until we discovered Oribi. It took us from 5
apprehension of the world, unmediated through concepts or thoughts. And that's the kind of apprehension of the world you need to understand space. It's interesting how, to some extent, this sort of thing enters even into the sciences. Because scientists operate with certain, shall we say, it's hard to say concept, with certain tools that are not concepts, really. You always feel about a concept that you have to know what it is. But for example, the basis of algebra is operating with patterns, and you don't know what they are. They're called unknowns. X is the unknown. You can say x plus y equals y plus x, and you've made a perfectly clear statement. But you don't have to know what x is or what y is. It doesn't mean anything at all. So in the same way, in modern geometry, you don't define what you mean by a point. They've abandoned this as a sort of a nonsense definition, Euclid's idea that a point is that which has position but no magnitude.
You mean it has position? What has position? And so now a point, everybody knows what a point is, but you don't explain it. Because you see, there must be a starting point in anything that anybody does, in anything they think about, in any system of ideas, any conception of the good life, where you don't explain it. Because everybody knows what it is. And yet when you ask them about it, they don't. You see, we get time and space. If you turn back on your starting point and say, I will not go anywhere, I will not proceed with my geometry, with my investigation, with my business plans, until I am quite sure of my starting point, you will never begin. Because you can go back into your starting point forever. And that's manifests itself in people who, for example, have certain kinds of hypochondria. The starting point is their body. They wonder, my goodness, ought I to go out? Would I catch cold? Would I get into an accident? Should I go to a foreign country? Would I get the great Siberian itch or the heebie-jeebies or trots or whatever? And so always worrying about the starting point. Now, are you quite sure that your premises are right? It's always good to look at your premises. But you very quickly come to the conclusion that if you don't have some premises, you won't go anywhere at all. So, as one general once said, a poor plan of attack carried out with zest and determination is much better than an excellent plan carried out in a wobbling way. So, in this way, for example, in Japan, I have no ideas really about talking Japanese. I know lots of words and no grammar. Therefore, I have no compunction whatsoever about talking, because I know it's mistakes all over the place. And if I were nervous about it, as they get nervous about talking English, because they do desperately want to be correct, I have absolutely no desire to be correct, because I know that in my whole lifetime I shall never be able to speak correct Japanese. So I just plunge in and I get understood. And that's the way you have to do in life. You muddle through. So if you keep turning back, you see, on the initial beginning point and trying to be sure of it, nothing will ever happen. So then, whatever is the point, whatever is the ground that we are and that we take our stand upon, appears to us as space, as not being there, to give us transparency. You see, if God were visible, nobody could see anything but God. It would blot out everything else. But by virtue of becoming invisible, the world is created. Because, as it were, God gets out of the way so that the world can appear. And the world is a selection. As I explained, the eyes select what they see because they are only noticing what goes on in a certain spectrum of light. If you could change the eye spectrum altogether, you would see a different world of creatures. Flip, 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 you could have the thing like a radio tuner and go on from performance to performance, all on different bands of a spectrum. To see them all at once, though, would be for our kind of intellect like taking your hands like this across the piano and going slam. See, you just get this chaos of sound. So that their being realized objects in space is partly dependent upon our using an attentive and selective type of consciousness. You see, they're the same thing. If you have a selective consciousness, you have a selective world. So putting down the 5 fingers on the piano instead of the full flat arm selects a certain pattern of sound. And you can say it's a chord, it's a melody, and so on. So when the angels play their harps in heaven, they are selecting, they're the fingers of God selecting what kind of patterns are appearing in the world, you see. That's really what that image is about. So then, to see this then, you go back to no thinking. The suspension of thought is, for modern man in particular, a tremendously important undertaking.
In no way, shape, or form will I ever say that you have to go to film school to be a filmmaker.
When in about 1921, Ludwig Wittgenstein published a book called the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, it was the end of Western philosophy. Because where he finished, he said, you know, philosophy is really a method for getting rid of meaningless concepts. And so he practically got rid of all metaphysical concepts and ended up by saying, whereof one cannot speak, of that one should be silent. This was the great moment for philosophy departments all over the Western world to lapse into silence and practice meditation. But instead, they had to go on talking because they couldn't prove that they were an academic discipline unless they did some talking and especially some publishing. So they began then to chatter nauseatingly about trivialities. They became grammarians, mathematical logicians and things. And everybody forgot about philosophy because it got so dull. It wasn't expressing any more man's fascination and wonder at the improbable situation of living in the universe. So, but fortunately, things are at last getting through to people. And you would not be entirely laughed out of court in academic surroundings today if you suggested that some non-verbal research be carried on. You would have to put it rather carefully. You would have to refrain from calling it yoga or Buddhism or meditation, but it would be sort of research in non-verbal sensory awareness or something, you know, some kind of academic gobbledygook. No, but it's coming. And this presents problems to people who are compulsive thinkers. Because when they try to reach this completely non-verbal level, they think about doing it. They think, I'm trying to reach the non-verbal level. I'm trying to empty my mind of thoughts. I'm trying to think not thinking. You feel so sorry for those people. But it is an awful problem if you have it. And to get rid of it, then, one uses gimmicks. One uses methods of absorbing the individual in non-conceptual experiences, such as you can play a single loud musical tone and get that going, and it really shatters thinking. It has you just you into this, your whole body becomes this one tone. You get the person concentrated on that one point, you see, go, 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 and zip, cut it off. And where are you? You haven't had time to collect your thoughts. You're blown by this tone. And all those techniques that are used in yoga, when they chant, when they do some kind of physical exercises, when they have a nonsense proposition like a koan to concentrate on, all these things work in the same essential way, to suspend the analytical thinking, to suspend the spotlight mind for a while, so that you get back to what is called original mind, where you act without thinking. That's why in the whole interchange between a Zen teacher and his students, the Zen teacher is constantly challenging the student to respond intelligently to a given situation without thinking, without stopping to think. Just as in, say, using judo. You mustn't stop to think. You're lost if you do. You must learn to respond without thinking. So creative skill in so many things depends upon the opposite of thinking. When you examine what people say, what inventors say, what artists say, what mathematicians say about the discovery of new ideas, very few of them arrived at those ideas by a purely thought, thinking, verbal or numerical process. And the reason is, of course, that the structures which we have arrived at and we do understand by analytical thinking, once you see them, they tend to stay put. They become habits. And there's nothing more difficult to cure in an individual than a habit of thought. You know, I've argued for hours and hours and hours sometimes with people who simply can't understand knowing without a knower, because they are so trapped by sentence structure. The verb has to have that subject. Therefore, you can't have a state of affairs in which there is just the verb, that is to say, knowing. They say, well, who is knowing? And it's as bad as arguing with a flat earthist or a Jehovah's Witness. Impossible. Because of the ruts of thought. Now, such a person can never be inventive. Why? Because he will never see a new pattern and a new structure. And he won't see one because he's thinking all the time. He's not open to the variations of the actual world. And so he can only see what he's been taught to see. That's why academic psychology is always in a position of bafflement about learning theory. Because if learning is a process of converting new experience into the terms of what you've already learned, you never really learn at all. It's like according to kind of a narrow-minded.
If you manage it.
But have not love. I am a sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. That was from Corinthians. And someday, after mastering the wind, the waves, the tide, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love. And then, for the second time in the history of the world, humans will have discovered fire. That's Teilhard de Chardin. Love and death are the great gifts that are passed on to us, that most of us leave unopened. That is from Rilke. This is a poem of Robert Bly's. A man and a woman sit near each other, and they do not long at this moment to be older or younger, nor born in any other nation, or time, or place. They are content to be where they are, talking or not talking. Their breaths together feed someone we do not know. The man sees the way his fingers move. He sees her hands close around a book she hands to him. They obey a third body that they share in common. They have made a promise to love that body. Age may come, parting may come, death will come. A man and a woman sit near each other. As they breathe, they feed someone we do not know, somebody we know of, whom we have never seen. Just keep letting these run through you, sort of like Chinese food. Don't hold on to them, just let them come and go. They'll each touch you in the way they need to touch you. This is from the I Ching. The master said, life leads the thoughtful person on a path of many windings. Now the course is checked, now it runs straight again. Here winged thoughts may pour freely forth in words, but there the heavy burden of knowledge must be shut away in silence. But when two people are at one in their inmost hearts, they shatter even the strength of iron or of bronze,
when two people understand each other in their inmost hearts. Their words are sweet and strong, like the fragrance of orchids. The path of love, the path of the heart, the path of emotion, relationship, dualism, taking you to the essence of love, taking you from loving to being love. It is the path of the heart. It, like all paths, is fraught with pitfalls and traps. And most of our emotions either are in the service of our minds or are frightening things that overwhelm us and make us afraid, so we protect ourselves from them. So we come through life a little bit like hungry ghosts. We are beings that have huge needs for love. But seemingly it's like we have some kind of amoeba that doesn't allow us to digest our food. So though we get love, it goes through us and then we need love all over again. And it's so deep in all of us that we've built a whole reality around it. And we think that's the way it is. That everybody needs love, and that if you don't get it, you are deprived, and that the more of it, the better, and you need it every day from everything. In that sense, it's like an achievement. You see people that are achievers, the minute they achieve something, it becomes irrelevant. And their awareness turns to the next achievement because they are addicted to the practice, not to the goal. The predicament with loving is the power of the addiction of the practice of loving somebody, of getting so caught in the relationship that you can't ever arrive at the essence of dwelling in love. If you imagine it in this sequence, that you are cut off in your heart from love, so you feel hungry. What that hunger is the hunger to come home. It's the hunger to be at peace, to be feeling at one in the universe, where lover and beloved merge. It's the place to feel fulfilled in the moment, to be fully in the moment. Closed off, you are like a bee looking for a flower. You're flying around, buzzing, looking. And just as with baby ducks, you can create a silhouette of a mother duck. And with a baby duck, if you run that silhouette by, that is the particular key stimulus that will awake the response of following and opening the mouth. And it's called imprinting. And so you can imprint the duck to a silhouette of a mother duck. So there are certain very deep patterns, whether they're psychologically learned or karmic or astral in terms of your astrology, whichever level you want. There are a set of factors in you that are like a lock waiting for a key to open it, but the key must fit into that lock. It must be a certain pattern or concatenation of factors. Like the fact that I could open to my guru, I am sure had something to do with my relationship to my father. You think, well, the spirit is the spirit and psychological is psychological, but all of your psychological conditioning prepares you to be attracted to certain methods or certain paths or to certain people. For many people, the energies they're working with at the time they are seeking this love so strongly are second chakra energies. Energies of desire, of sexual desire, of desire for union that is relational, and the energy gets into that pattern. And you associate making love as a vehicle to coming into love. So you're going along as a little lock waiting for key, and along comes a shadow of lover goes by, and like a little duckling you turn and you start to walk after it. It just happened to be the particular pattern that turned you on, that opened you up, that did it. And you say, I think I'm in love with him or with her. See, that's the key right there. Not I think I'm in love. I think I'm in love with her or with him. And if you're lucky, your key unlocks her or his lock, and his key unlocks your lock, or her key unlocks your lock. So you get into you love me, I love you, here we are. And it's incredible, because through this dynamic you have opened to the place. It's like the triangle. It's like what Bly talks about as the two people together are feeding something that they don't even know. It's they're feeding the unitive space behind the dualism. They're feeding the quality of love. And when they're together, they touch it. What we're really saying is, when you say, I am in love with you, said somewhat blandly, you are the key stimulus that is opening me to the place in myself where I am love, which I can't get to except through you. So you can imagine if you've been going around like a hungry ghost, starving for love, and you suddenly meet somebody that opens you to this well, this reservoir, this ocean of love, this ocean of feeling at home, and it's all rye bread. You know, you're just so happy. That quality that happens when you open to that, and you did it through meditation, or you did it through falling in love, whatever your method was, through acid, whatever you did it through, don't you get addicted to your method. You know, if acid did it, you want to know who your connection is, don't you? So if you met a master and the master shared with you a method, and the method worked to tune you to the place in yourself of awareness of love, you end up loving that method and you love that master, and the minute you do it, you get really drunk on it and very addicted to it. And fanatics in every religion are really, you call them adepts or addicts, because all methods are traps. And yet the bizarre thing about methods is they don't work unless you get trapped. So you can only hope that a method ultimately, after it traps you, it self-destructs, and you are left free of method. But you got to go through the method. And the method is scary because it does trap you. And the path of love is where you open to that quality, but the method that opened you when you're hungry is usually another person, and then you get very attached or addicted to being in the presence of that other person, and then starts the fear that that person is going to die or leave you or won't be around, and then you get jealous and possessive, and on it goes, and you just keep creating a hell realm around the addiction to the vehicle for coming to love. For even as love crowns you, brings you into that space, so shall it crucify you. Even as love is for your growth, so is love for your pruning. Even as love ascends to your height and caresses your tenderest branches that quiver in the sun, so shall love descend to your roots and shake them in their clinging to the earth. And this one from Farid Budinatar. To enter the valley of love, one must plunge wholly into the fire. Yes, one must become fire itself, for otherwise one cannot live there. One that truly loves must resemble fire, her countenance aflame, burning and impetuous like fire. Now let me show you where the problem is. This is from Hazrat Inayat Khan. The lover that leans upon the beloved's response, his love is like the flame that needs oil to live. But the lover who stands on her own feet is like the lantern of the sun that burns without oil. It is because of the way in which one closed down in development that one ends up hungry, because the mind has veiled the heart from its boundless merging with everything in the universe. And we are like in a prison room, and when we fall in love with somebody, it takes us out into the sunlight again. We come back into the place of ourselves where we feel at home, safe, and loving. When you hear that statement, that you are my key to the place in myself where I am indeed love, you see that the spiritual practices of devotion are designed to move you from I love you to we are in love together. Now consider love as a huge hot tub. It's a very personal image for me. Okay. Let us get into the hot tub together. We are meeting in the space of love. When two people meet in the space of love and break the attachment of mind to seeing the other person as the vehicle to get you there, but realize that it's in you and you start through your spiritual practices to rest in it, suddenly the need and desperation start to dissolve. And all of the negative things that go with addiction start to disappear. The possessiveness, the jealousy, the anger, fear that the other person's going to die. Because the quality of love as a state has no time, it has no space, it wasn't born and it doesn't die. In the work I do with people as they are dying, I am often dealing with people who have lost someone who has died, and they are grieving. What they are grieving for, put in these terms, is their connection to the place in themselves where they feel safe in the universe and at home and at love and at peace. And they have so identified it with the other person, with an external thing, that they are destitute and feel like they have lost the juice of life. It really is like a meditator who can't meditate. It's the same addiction. You get so busy you can't stop in the morning to sit. And you start to feel like you've lost your beloved, you've lost the place of your being. And what I encourage people to do is to stay just with what they are feeling, with their grief. And I always tell people, how long have you grieved? And they'll say, oh, a year. I'll say, oh, go grieve some more. See, the culture says, well, it's good you're over it now. Now you can start living life again. But grieving has to run its course. Those are very, very deep attachments. And you go up and you go down and you think, I've broken out, and then the next moment you crashed into depression, and on it goes, up and down and up and down. And as you and I get older, more and more of our friends and loved ones die, or people die now because of epidemic and so on, and we all have to deal with this loss. And we lose friends, and because of our mobility, people are moving away from each other, and we have in some way closed our hearts out of avoiding the pain of losing love, and then we go around armored. But what I say to people that are grieving is, after a while, one day, when you lost somebody you really touched in love, so you touched them, the two of you created this third thing you do not know, and you both rested in. So you both tasted being one in love. But then what you're missing is the other person. It's like in a triangle. You're missing one of the bases, and you can't get to the center because you only got there through the relationship between the two of you getting to the top. But one moment after you have grieved and gone up and down and told how you're done with it and then crashed and all of that melodrama, there'll come a moment where you might be watching a sunset or sitting quietly, and you will suddenly taste the fact that the love that you had with that person is still there. And at that moment, you will start to make the break between the vehicle for coming into the love and the essence, or the method and the essence. And then you will realize that what truly connected you to that person at the deepest level was that quality of identity in the quality of love. And that where can it go? Ramana Maharshi, when he was dying of cancer, and his devotees were crying, they loved him so much, and they kept crying, "Don't leave us, oh Bhagwan, don't leave us." And he said, "Don't be silly. Where could I go? Where could I go?" So seeing those levels of love and the nature of relationship, we see that relationship goes from a path in which there is incredible need because we are hungry ghosts in need of love. And as the path works and we start to come into love, we start to rest in it, and then relationship becomes a celebration. It no longer is needful, it's the play of form. Is that coming through? Can you hear that issue? So in the sense of devotional yoga, the statement God is love means that you move through love into love, and that quality of love, which is the quality, the interesting thing about the quality of the heart as opposed to the quality of the mind, and this is a polarity that is, it's just a metaphor to play with. The quality of the mind is that it discriminates this from that. It thinks about things. It has object. The quality of the heart is it keeps being boundless. It keeps embracing everything into itself. It doesn't discriminate even itself from other, it just embraces. That quality of compassion is where you're one with everything. It arises out of that feeling. But our hearts are very frightening to us because we were developed as separate beings. And we got so addicted to our separateness that we get frightened of the way in which the heart keeps giving it away. We feel we need it. We need our separateness so the heart becomes our enemy. I want to talk just a little bit about some of the difficulties of the path of relationship, of which poetry books are full. I'm just going slow because these are things to just sort of reflect about, feel your way into. As a path, what I experienced was that I loved one being intensely. What opened me to the love of that being was that that being loved me. And loved me so unconditionally that I felt safe to love in return. Now we talk a lot about unconditional love, but let me tell you, very rarely have you ever experienced it. Because to unconditionally love another person, it means without condition. Most of us say, "Oh, I love you without condition." Well, then do you mind if I cut your throat? Well, I'd rather you wouldn't. Aha! I knew you'd set up boundaries. I knew you didn't really love me. Eh? And it would have to be a being who was so non-attached to their own life and death that their love wouldn't flicker, no matter what you did. That's a great story about the time when a country was being overrun, a Buddhist country, and the armies of the overcoming country. We had a recent example in China and Tibet, but this was before that, long before. And when they were finding the monks, they were disemboweling them and doing terrible things to the monks, which they just recently did, the Chinese did in Tibet. And in this one village, there was an officer of the army who was very feared because he was particularly cruel. And he had arrived in this village, and he asked his adjutant, how are the people responding? And the adjutant said, they are all bowing down to you. And at the monastery, all the monks have fled to the mountains except for one monk. And the officer was infuriated at the existence of this one monk who had not fled to the mountain. And so he went to the monastery and he pushed open the gates. And in the middle of the courtyard stood this one monk. And he walked up to that monk and he put his hand on his sword and he said, don't you know who I am? Without blinking an eye, I could take my sword and run it through your belly. And he repeated, without blinking an eye. And don't you know who I am? Said the monk. I could have your sword run through my belly without blinking an eye. That's unconditional love. You ready? The next time you say, I love you unconditionally, you just think about it. Just think about it. And when I met my guru, I really felt loved unconditionally. And what happened was, I opened, and then I became very attached to his form, and to being near him, and to looking at him, and to touching him, and to bringing him gifts, and breakfast in bed, whatever. Just like you do with your beloved. You want them to be happy as long as it includes you. Well, I'll be happiest with somebody else. Oh, wonderful, because I love you so much. See about unconditional love? See how quickly it gets you? But because of the particular game that my guru was playing with me, he kept throwing me out all the time. He'd only let me see him for a couple of minutes, and then he'd say, Jiao, go. Split. Go somewhere else. And I, at first, got very offended. I mean, can you imagine if you fall in love with somebody, and then you cross the ocean bringing fruit and whatever you can bring that you could possibly offer to your beloved, and you've come this long way and you feel a mixture of righteousness and desire and everything, and he's all wrapped up with your enlightenment and everything, so you can't get there fast enough, and you get there and you kneel down and he looks at you and he pulls your beard, hits you on the head, asks you one question and says, Jiao. You say, Jiao. Yeah. He let other people stay around him and not me. So he obviously loved them more than he loved me. Okay? Terrible problem. I got to hate the other devotees so intensely. But then he took me through this trip, which most of you know that have read any of the stuff I've written. And I'm just going to take you through because it's so delicious as a teaching. Even if you've heard it, think of how many times I've heard it. This was in the early 70s when a number of people like Mira and Danny and we were with Maharaj, Lama Suryadas. We were kept in the back of the temple ashram. We were paraded in in the bus in the morning. We got there, he'd be sitting outside, we'd have darshan, we'd hang around him and love him, and he'd throw fruit at us. And you just couldn't get it. You were drunk with love, and everything he said to anybody applied to everybody. And then after about, I don't know, 5 minutes or a half hour, he'd say, "Ciao," and he'd throw us all in the back, where we'd be fed. We were known as only useful for 5 things: drinking tea, gossiping, sleeping, eating, and moving about. That was our practice. So in the back of the ashram, that's all we do. And then late in the afternoon, we'd all be brought back just before the bus was leaving, have another time together, and then be thrown out. And in the course of the day, he'd call people up from the back. There was one woman who sang beautifully, so he'd call her up and say, "Sing," and she'd sing. It was like little performing animals, you know. You wind up and out come. We were the Westerners. You wind up and out you come. And so he had Indians coming, and they'd be hanging out, and he'd say, "You want to see a Westerner, you know, perform?" And we'd be brought forth. And some of us were scholars, and we'd be scholarly, and some of us were pundits who could recite Hindu things, and some of us could sing Hindu kirtan, and he'd bring us forth, you know. And I was like a professor from Harvard, and there I'd come. In fact, I'd been thrown out. It was irrelevant to Maharaji, you know. So then one day he called me up, and I come, and each time you're getting called, you've been called out of this mass of, you know, unworthy people. You've been chosen to go up and be worthy. And so you rush up because you realize this is going to be your chance to get the juice. This is it, you know. And you run up and you kneel down and you look up. I mean, this is all a game. You understand. This is all forms. First, when I went to India, I thought, I'm not going to touch anybody's feet. What a bunch of, you know. Now I couldn't do it fast enough. I used to try to grab one of his feet, and then it would go under the blanket quick, and I'd think I'm not pure enough. I mean, it was like, it's a whole routine you play out. So I'd go up and he'd look and he'd say, "Ramdas, love everyone." I'd say, "Yes, Maharaj." He'd say, "Jao." So you go back, and that was what you got that day. And you'd sit there and love everyone. Boy, I don't love everyone. I should love everyone. The next day he called me up. I think I called him 2 days running. Came up and he leaned way down, he held my beard and he said, "Ramdas," yeah, this is in Hindi, "Ramdas. Ramdas, Ramdas. Ramdas, tell the truth." "Yes, Maharaji." "Jao." So I was left that day with what a liar I was. And I decided I'd really tell the truth. Well, he kept doing this. Each day he'd alternate. It was either love everyone or tell the truth. And it took me about 4 or 5 days because of my density before I realized the peculiar predicament I found myself in. That he was giving me 2 contradictory instructions. Because the truth was I didn't love everyone. So I thought about which one shall I do? And I thought, you know, what I always do is I love everyone, even if it's not the truth. I make believe I love them. I love you. Oh, yes, we love each other. Oh, it's okay, I love you. I thought maybe it'd be good to try telling the truth. That'll be refreshing. And as I looked at all my guru brothers and said, I realized I hated them all. Because they all took me away from him. And I had spilled the beans about him in the first place with Be Here Now, and now I was set with all these unworthy, people that were hanging around taking his time. I mean, they were nice people, but I had a good reason. I mean, I just didn't hate them generally. I'd find reasons for each one. You know, that one was too arrogant, and that one had, After a week or two, the truth was, I found I didn't like anybody. I even had a sign on my door, "Do not enter." Okay? Now, at the same time, I was doing another sadhana, another practice, which was that Maharaji said Ram Dass should not touch money. Now you can interpret that at many levels. Now I interpret that my mind shouldn't cling or fixate on money. That allows me to have a credit card. But in those days, I took it literally. I shouldn't touch money. So what I did was one of my friends, my Guru Bhai, would be a bag person. They carry my money. So we get on the bus, they pay my bus fare. And that worked out fine until I got to hate them all. Now I was in a predicament because I had nobody who I didn't hate, who I hadn't alienated, to be my bag person. Now, from the hotel to the temple is 8 miles. So what I found was I got to the position where there was a day where everybody got on the bus and I had no money to get on the bus, so I had to walk. All the way to the temple, I walked knowing what fun they were all having at the temple. They got there in about half hour, and it was going to be about 3 hours for me. It was through the backwoods. And so I was getting more and more angry. I was getting furious. And when I came over looking down on the temple, I saw them all laughing. And they were all hanging around Maharaji. And he has obviously spent much more time with them today than any other day. And I was full of loathing and hatred, and I hated myself and felt so impure to even walk into the temple. And I walked in, and by then, they had just, as I came down, they were all, had their lunches. They were sitting on a porch with leaf plates and their food. And I came in, and they might have been talking about me, I don't know, but one of the people who I especially despised came up with a leaf plate of food and offered it to me. And I took it and I threw it at him. See? I remember the moment very clearly. I mean, it was and I heard Maharaji from across the courtyard. Ram Dass. Ram Dass. Ram Dass. And I looked over at him, and at that moment, I hated him too, right? And I went across the courtyard pissed. I mean, I was really angry, and I sat down in front of him, and I looked up at him, and I was like, you know, I was so, my bones were aching. You know how that gets when you're really constricted. And he looks at me, says, "Something troubling you?" I said, "Yeah." Yeah. What is it? I said, "I hate all of them." And I said, "And I hate myself." And he said, "Do you love me?" And I looked at him, and it just fell apart. I opened and I started to sob, absolutely sob. I said, "I love you." And I was sobbing, and he went and he sent for milk, and he was pouring milk down my throat, and he was patting me on the head, and I went through the whole catharsis and all of that. And then he came up to me, kind of nose to nose. He leaned over on his tucket, and he said, "I told you to love everyone." I said, "But you told me to tell the truth. And the truth is, I don't love everyone." And he leaned forward and he said to me, Ram Dass, love everyone and tell the truth. At that moment, what I experienced were two things. First was I experienced a coffin in front of me, in which who I thought I was in the coffin. Who I thought I was somebody whose truth was that they didn't love everyone. And what he was describing to me was who I would be when I finished being who I thought I was. Can you hear that? Is that... And the other thing was that at that moment I turned and I looked over at my fellow Guru Bhai, sisters and brothers, and I saw that at one level I had all this righteous indignation about them, but one little flip of consciousness, and I saw how incredibly beautiful each one of them was, and I loved them so deeply. Jiao. And that was the teaching. And I realized that since that time, for 20 years, I have been learning that teaching. I have been letting, and when I realize is that when I don't feel that love for another human being, I hear Maharaji saying, Ram Dass, love everyone and tell the truth. Then he said to me afterwards, he said, Ram Dass, give up anger, and I'll help you. He didn't say, as I would say as a psychotherapist, let's work through your anger. He said, give up anger. And I took that as a spiritual charge, as a message. And that when I experienced anger, instead of trying to figure out why I experienced the anger, which kind of investing it, I would just start to do breathing and Ram and start to go into devotional practice and just let go, even though the same anger would come back up again. At one point, I was studying with a very beautiful man named Anagorika Munindra. He was a Theravadan Buddhist teacher. Lovely, lovely man. And I came to him one time, and I said to him, Munindraji, I am so angry, because I had so much anger in me for so many years, and keeping grudges, those deep things that always cut you up. Every time that person's conscious, the thought of that person goes through your head, you constrict. And he said, Ram Dass, don't hold on to it, it's just old karma running off. Your anger is just old karma running off. And one of the traps that I saw that I was caught in was the trap of righteousness that I used to justify my anger. But I saw that love freed me back into the ocean and that anger didn't. And that I would rather be free than right. And that's a scary and big one. And that if somebody does an abhorrent action, I have to cultivate the capacity to, as Kabir said, and Maharaj used to quote, Kabir said, do what you do with another being, but never put them out of your heart. Do what you do with another being, but never put them out of your heart. That is a total prescription for social activists. Oppose, stand up, defy, confront, do what you do with another person. You stop their action. You may have to imprison that person so that they don't hurt other people. You do what you must do, but you do it without closing your heart. And I don't mean the fraudulent, oh, I didn't close my heart. I mean really. the quality of do what you do, but do it always in the presence of the beloved. There is an incredible poem that most of you know by Thich Nhat Hanh, a very beautiful Vietnamese monk. Do not say that I'll depart tomorrow, because even today I still arrive. Look at me. I arrive in every second to be a bud on a spring branch, to be a tiny bird whose wings are still fragile, to be a caterpillar in the heart of a flower, to be a jewel hiding itself in a stone. I still arrive in order to laugh and to cry, in order to fear and to hope. The rhythm of my heart is the birth and death of all that are alive. I am the mayfly metamorphizing on the surface of the river. I am also the bird which, when spring comes, arrives in time to eat the mayfly. I am a frog swimming happily in the clear water of a pond. I am also the grass snake who, approaching in silence, feeds itself on the frog. I am the child in Uganda, all skin and bones, my legs as thin as bamboo sticks. I am also the merchant of arms selling deadly weapons to Uganda. I am the 12-year-old girl refugee on a small boat who throws herself into the ocean after being raped by a sea pirate. I am also the pirate, my heart not yet capable of seeing and loving. I am a member of the Politburo with plenty of power in my hands. I am also the man who has to pay his debt of blood to my people, dying slowly in a forced labor camp. My joy is like spring, so warm it makes flowers bloom in all walks of life. My pain is like a river of tears, so full it fills up all the 4 oceans. Please, call me by my correct names so that I can hear at the same time all my cries and my laughs, so that I could see that my joy and my pain are but one. Please call me by my correct names so that I could become awake, so that the door of my heart be left open, the door of compassion. Who is it that you don't love? Who is it that your heart closes to? Yourself? Someone else? The practice is clear. You start a practice. I've kidded a lot about what I've done that in this puja, this beautiful puja that's developing. That at one point I saw that there was somebody who closed my heart, and his name was Caspar Weinberger, and he was the Secretary of Defense. And I didn't like what he was doing, and I didn't like him. I thought he was a righteous jerk. So I thought, I've got work to do with Caspar. So I took a picture of Caspar and I stuck it on my puja table. And there was Buddha and Christ and the Divine Mother and Mary and Anandamayi and Caspar Weinberger. And in the morning, I'd light my candle and my incense and, Buddha. Oh, Christ. Maharaji. Anandamayi Ma. Hello, Caspar. I saw how far I had to go. And it was just a practice of seeing this poor schlep of a soul who had this really heavy-duty incarnation to go through of being a jerk. And I was busy responding to the incarnation rather than to the essence. And it was like the two levels. It's like having bifocals and you're looking down when you should be looking up. What you find, though, is that there are people that represent things that are so close to stuff that you're stuck with, attached to, that there's aversive to you, that you project outward into them, and then you hate them. And it's really partly, it's all projection, actually. Rest your weary mind and keep coming back into the quality of awareness, which is really the quality of love. It's the quality of merged love. There's an incredible poem. It's called From a Norman Crucifix, 1632, by Charles Cosley. I am the great sun, but you do not see me. This poem is God love talking to you. I am the great sun, but you do not see me. I am your husband, but you turn away. I am the captive, but you do not free me. I am the captain, you will not obey. I am the truth, but you will not believe me. I am the city where you will not stay. I am your wife, your child, but you will leave me. I am that God to whom you will not pray. I am your counsel, but you do not hear me. I am the lover whom you will betray. I am the victor, but you do not cheer me. I am the holy dove whom you will slay. I am your life. But if you will not name me, seal up your soul with tears and never blame me. The process, we grow up, we become separate, we get caught in our separateness. We are hungry for the coming back into love of the merging place, the namaste place, the place where when you're in yours and I'm in mine, we are in love together. We are in a place where your heart mind and my heart mind remain always inseparable. We get hungry and we finally break out through one technique or another, through loving somebody, perhaps your baby or your parent or your cat or somebody safe, somebody abstract, or a Christ or a Maharaji or somebody, and you open. And it feels so good to be in love. And in the path of devotion, you get so addicted to that experience of the intimacy between the lover and the beloved that you keep being drawn into the singing and the stories and the images and the remembrance of, and you're just thinking about it and tuning all the time just to stay in that intimate, loving relationship with that which you love. And then there's this little shift where you start to ask the question, what isn't God? And then you start to look at all the different faces and aspects and see, watch your heart close around judgment. And then you practice opening it and looking and loving this as a manifestation of the beloved. Something that is the way the beloved is taking form. And then the love starts to get vast. And then it starts to get more impersonal. This is a quote from Anandamayi Ma. Great, great, great saint. Incredible, incredible being. She said, this body has lived with father, mother, husband, et al. This body has served the husband, so you may call it a wife. It has prepared dishes for all, so you may call it a cook. It has done all sorts of scrubbing and menial work, so you may call it a servant. But if you look at the thing from another standpoint, you'll realize that this body has served none but God. For when I served my father, mother, husband, and others, I merely considered them as different manifestations of the Almighty and served them as such. When I sat down to prepare food, I did so as if it were a ritual, for the food cooked was, after all, meant for God. Whatever I did it in a spirit of divine service.
Clean your fucking dishes.
Hence, I was not quite worldly, though always engaged in household affairs.
It's true.
I had but one ideal, to serve all as God, to do everything for the sake of God. But listen to this one of hers also. You all love this body so much that you often come to see me, unmindful of the long distance that many of you have to travel. Yet it is true that this body has no relationship with any of you except the kinship of the Atma, meaning the source, the truth, the love, which this body enjoys equally, not only with each of you, but even with all trees, creepers, and foliage around, as well as with rocks, mountains, and everything else. I really want you to hear that one, because that's the one that changes romantic love into that expanding conscious love. And what I have experienced over these years is that transformation, and there have been very frightening aspects, because the cultural models of romantic love have to do with specialness. I love you specially. And what I experience is that I don't love people specially. I have special work to do with one person or another. But I love being, and I'm getting to love universe, and I'm getting to love the manifestation. And it's interesting because people keep wanting you to love them specially. And I don't feel it anymore. I don't feel it anymore. And it's a strange experience. It's strange from a cultural point of view. Is that too weird, or can you hear the issue? It's a transformation that goes on. That because you have initially identified that feeling of love to somebody else with a quality of possessiveness, or collecting them, or wanting them around. I'll tell you what happened to me. I started to guide people through acid trips back in the 60s. And I take the acid with them, and we both go into the place of merging, of just beyond separate. We were in love. And then the session would be over, Saturday night would be over, and there'd be Sunday. And then we'd be parting in the beautiful morning mist, listening to the Messiah. And they had never had a thing like this before. And they would say, when can I see you again? You imagine, you've just been with somebody in total love, and then you're about to part, and you say, see, there's where the fear comes in, and the lack of faith and the doubt. When will I see you again? Like just a little bit of, And I'd say, well, why don't we have dinner Wednesday night? And then it became like every Wednesday night we'd have dinner. Because that's what you do with a beloved, like, let's hang out. So then I ran a second session. And the next day the person said, when will I see you again? I said, well, how about Thursday night? Okay. And after I had run 6 sessions, I went to my teacher, Tim Leary, and I said, Tim, I don't think I can guide any more sessions. I don't have any more evenings free. And at that point, I realized I was going to have to up-level the thing. I was going to have to take it up to another level of loving people, where if we have a moment of truth of love, this is what we've got. And the clinging of the mind comes out of the fear that says, I want to possess it because I may run out of love later. And when you leap out of that and go into the next space, realizing that every time you turn around, there is another form of the beloved. It's interesting because I'm a wanderer. Maharaji said Ramdas should not stay in one place. He should keep moving around because yogis, like water, tend to go bad if they stay in one place too long. And not bad in the evil sense, but bad in the clinging, habitual way of having a building around you, a kind of a cocoon of safe emotional space. And it's much different when you're on the road all the time and you're meeting motel keepers and they're your host for that moment, and on and on and on, and airport people and all that. Is that the beloved? Are you traveling with the beloved, or are you waiting to get home to the beloved? And there was a moment where I was sitting in a motel in Middle America, and it was one of those really plasticky Holiday Inn type places, and I had arrived and I went into my room and I sat down and I was starting to set up my little puja table on the plastic thing and, all that stuff, moving the menu and stuff, and sitting there, and it was kind of depressing, and I thought, well, a few more weeks and I'll be done with this tour and I can go home. And then I saw the pain that thought was creating for me. And I got up and I walked out of the room, closed the door, walked down the hall, turned around, came back, unlocked the door and yelled, I'm home. Okay? And I came in and I sat down and I looked and, I wouldn't have decorated particularly this way, but, what the hell, I thought, if I'm not at home in the universe, boy, I got a problem. I got a problem. If I say I can only be home here, not there. What is home? Home is where the heart is. Home is the quality of presence. It's the quality of being wherever you are. But when you've gone from the hungry sponge, looking for somebody to love and finding somebody and then wanting to hold them and have them around because you're afraid you might run out later, and you know how horrible that is. And then you start to cultivate these inner qualities of spaciousness and awareness, and you begin to feel this love not in a possessive way, but in a, like, light pouring out of you. And you just love people just because they are. You love things because they are. You see the manifestation, the awe, the mystery of the divine in form. When that starts to happen, you still have your old models of possession going. They haven't been burned out yet. So when you love the second person, you want to collect them too. And then the third person, you want to collect them too. I usually kid about my story is that you fall in love with somebody and you nest and you collect feathers and build a nest and straw and drapes and stuff. And then you need to go to the supermarket and you get, yogurt and beer, and you're at the checkout counter and you look into the eyes of the person at the checkout counter and the thing happens again. Because the eyes are the windows of the soul. And you're in love. Because now you're starting to function from this place. When you're in this place, everybody you look at is your lover. When you are in love, you see love where you look. So you look, but your old model is, I got to collect this. My God, this is great. We are in love, and it's the checkout person. Okay? So the question is, have you considered a ménage à trois? Are you opposed to open marriages, But then what's going to happen? You walk down the street and you look, and there's another one. Pretty soon you're the Adamite community or one of those kind of things, and the politics get so complicated. Plus the emotions of everybody that thinks they're the special, the first of this, the first one. And you realize you've got to graduate from a deprivation model to an abundance model. And I don't mean that in the kind of cheesy way it's often used. It's abundant so I can have it. It's abundant because you are it. That as you become love, you get to the point where you walk down the street and somebody comes and it is the most beautiful thing again that you have ever seen again. And you look and you look and you appreciate and you love, and your eyes may meet and you both recognize the love and you don't have to do anything about it. So you go through from come live with me to let's have coffee together to would you give me your number to how about a calling card to a wink to are you experiencing what I'm experiencing? Wasn't this great? Fantastic. Or God is love, or and then you're just looking at your beloved. And it's nothing special to be in love. It's nothing special. It's very ordinary. How alien that is in this culture to think that being in love with the universe is ordinary. It's ordinary. Just take all these words back into the silence behind the words. Kabir said, since the day I met with my Lord, there has been no end to the sport of our love. I see with eyes open and smile, and behold the beauty everywhere. I utter the Lord's name, and whatever I see, it reminds me. Whatever I do, it becomes worship. The goddess is everywhere. Anybody you have ever touched in true love, that love still is present. Where can it go? Anyone who you've closed your heart to with your mind, rest your weary mind. within us. Praise God, let love abide. Praise God for the light within us. Praise God, let love abide. Praise God for the light within us. Praise God, let love abide.
গো ফাতেমা তুমি হাসানের আম্মা শেরে খুদা জাহার পিতা নবী যার নানা শেরে খুদা জাহার পিতা নবী যার নানা ইয়া হুসাইন কাঁদছে কায়নাত ইয়া হুসাইন কাঁদছে কায়নাত কারবালাতে শহীদ হলো ইমামে হোসেনা কারবালাতে শহীদ হলো ইমামে হোসেনা ওগো ফাতেমা তুমি হুসাইনের আম্মা ওগো ফাতেমা তুমি হাসানের আম্মা শেরে খুদা জাহার পিতা নবী যার নানা ইয়া হুসাইন কাঁদছে কায়নাত ইয়া